Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Day 13 of hearings in Tranche 1, Phase 2 at the Undercover Policing Inquiry. My name is Neil Fernandez, and I am the Hearings Manager. For those of you in the virtual hearing room, please turn off both your camera and microphone unless you're invited to speak by the chairman, as Zoom will pick up on all noises and you will be on screen. I now hand over to the chairman, Sir John Mitting, to formally start proceedings. Chairman.
Thank you. As at the beginning of every live evidential session, a recording is going to be made earlier. There will be a difference today. The visual image of the only witness to be called, Madeleine, is not going to be shown in the hearing room, but all the rest applies. Please listen carefully. I am conducting this inquiry under a statute, the Inquiries Act 2005, which gives me the power to make orders regulating the conduct of the inquiry, including its hearings. In the exercise of that power, I have made a number of orders which affect what you may and may not do in the hearing rooms and after you leave them. Breach of any of the orders is a serious matter and may have serious consequences for you. If I am satisfied that a person may have breached an order, I have the power to certify the matter to the High Court, which will investigate and deal with it as if it had been a contempt of that court. If satisfied that a breach has occurred and merits the imposition of a penalty, the High Court may impose a severe sanction on the person in breach, including a fine, imprisonment for up to 2 years, and sequestration of their assets. Evidence is going to be given live over screens in the hearing rooms. It is strictly prohibited to photograph or record what is shown on the screens or to record what is said by a witness or anyone else in the hearing rooms. You may bring your mobile telephone into the hearing rooms, but you may not use it for any of those purposes. You may use it silently for any other purpose. In particular, you may transmit your account of what you have seen and heard in a hearing room to any other person, but only once at least 10 minutes have elapsed since the event which you are describing took place. This restriction has a purpose. In the course of the inquiry, I have made orders prohibiting the public disclosure of information, for example, about the identity of a person for a variety of reasons. These orders must be upheld. It is inevitable that whether by accident or design, information which I have ordered should not be publicly disclosed will sometimes be disclosed in a hearing. If and when that happens, I will immediately suspend the hearing and make an order prohibiting further disclosure of the information outside the hearing rooms. The consequence will be that no further disclosure of that information may be made by mobile telephone or other portable electronic device from within the hearing room or by any means outside it. I am sorry if you find this message alarming. It is not intended to be. Its purpose is simply to ensure that everyone knows the rules which must apply if I am to hear the evidence which I need to enable me to get to the truth about undercover policing. You, as members of the public, are entitled to hear the same public evidence as I will hear and to reach your own conclusions about it. The inquiry team will do their best to ensure that you can. If you have any doubt about the terms of this message, or what you may or may not do, you should not hesitate to ask one of them, and with my help if necessary, they will provide you with the answer. Madeleine, can you hear me? Madeleine, can you hear me? It may be that the mute button is on. You made the same mistake that we have all made.
I know. It's different from my computer at home.
Yes. Do you wish to swear or to affirm?
To affirm, please.
Then may the words of affirmation be read to you, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, Madeleine. Can you see and hear me?
I can see and hear you. Good morning.
I understand that you would like to affirm.
That's right. Yeah.
Thank you. Please repeat after me. I do solemnly, sincerely, and truly
I do solemnly, sincerely, and truly
declare and affirm
declare and affirm
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Madeleine. Chairman.
Thank you. I think we may have a small technical hitch because I cannot see Madeleine, although the arrangements were made for me to see her. I wonder whether that can be put right.
Can you see me now?
Oh, I can see you now. Splendid. That's marvelous. These technical hitches are bound to occur. I'm sorry, they always occur at most inconvenient moments, but we'll do our best. We're planning to have a break at about 11:15, but if you need a break before then, all you need to do is to say so, and we'll have one immediately.
Thank you.
Ms. Humberston is going to ask you questions on behalf of the inquiry.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You will be known to this inquiry as Madeleine throughout. You provided a witness statement dated the 18th of February 2001. Have you been able to review that witness statement recently?
I have. I'd just like to say it was prepared in an incredibly short period of time, and reviewing it now, there are changes that I would have made to it, but the time was very pressing.
I was going to ask you whether you can confirm that it's true to your best of your knowledge and belief. Can you still do that, albeit you want to make some changes to it?
Oh, no, it's still true. It's just that I think I would have expanded on some things.
So there would be additions that you would make?
Yeah, but it is true, yes.
I'm grateful. Well, perhaps you can have an opportunity to expand on the points that you want to make during the course of your oral evidence today. In your witness statement, you set out your family history and how it influenced your growing political awareness and informed your later political activism. Is that right?
It is right, yes.
Yeah. You became politically active in your teens, is that right?
It is right, yeah.
Initially with the Young Communist League, and then the International Socialists, later Socialist Workers' Party, when you were in your early 20s. Is that correct?
That's right. Well, I joined IS when I was about 15, I think, and was active for a number of years. I think there was a kind of a short break when I was studying, and yeah, kind of rejoined the IS, which then became SWP, around about 1970.
I believe it was 1977. Yeah. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, earlier than that. That may be about 74, but it's yeah.
You also, in your witness statement, you set out the context in which you became politically active, both within the SWP and a trades unionist. You refer to the rise of the far right and the increase in racist attacks that you became aware of. Is that right?
That's right, yeah. It was very pressing at the time.
In 1973, you became a member of the Walthamstow branch of what became the SWP, and then after the branch split, the Leighton branch. Is that right?
That's right, yeah.
And this, of course, was the branch reported on by the undercover officer that you knew as Vince Miller throughout his deployment, which is from sort of early 1977 to the autumn of 1979. I want to start, please, if I may, just asking you some very general questions about the SWP. The SWP was a revolutionary socialist party, is that right?
That's right.
And seeking to create, as you say in your witness statement, a society, a fair and just society. This was its aim, a fair and just society through revolutionary rather than parliamentary means. Is that correct?
Well, I think I'd have to take issue with that slightly. I think we saw Parliament as a kind of a useful forum and as a way of, you know, being able to kind of focus people's attention to various things, say in election campaigns. However, we basically believed that extra parliamentary activity was essential because, you know, it's, we wanted to kind of increase democracy. We felt that people should be active and participate at all levels, not just, you know, voting once every 5 years and then having, I think we just have to look now at how accountable lots of politicians are and how self-serving and, you know, they are. So our belief was in, you know, broadening participation and democracy.
And through both democratic means and revolutionary means, you mean?
Well, I don't think a revolution was imminent in 1973, not in this country. We did believe that, you know, capitalism needed to be dismantled, but, you know, we saw it as a system that was, you know, had inherent contradictions, which, you know, with two classes, you know, in constant kind of conflict and battle, if you like, and we basically felt that, you know, that system had to change, and, you know, and we kind of thought that it would change through the acts of, you know, the working class, through industrial activity, through trade union activity, and change would occur in that way.
And is that how, so how did you seek to bring about that objective, that overthrow of the capitalist system?
Well, I don't think that the SWP or the left ever felt that it would be in a position where it could overthrow anything. I think we sought to basically extend the class struggle, you know, to talk, to educate, you know, to kind of draw out the contradictions, to be active in our trade unions, to campaign on issues which we felt, you know, kind of impacted, you know, greatly on the working class in particular, and, you know, raise awareness like that and build a mass movement. You know, we were not a terrorist group. We were not a violent group. We basically, you know, saw the mass, we wanted to build a movement, a mass movement, which we wouldn't necessarily have anything, if it came to revolution, I'm sure that we didn't feel that we would be leading it.
And how did you seek to build the movement? What means did you use in the SWP?
Well, we were all active in our trade unions, not because we were infiltrating them, which, you know, I've seen that kind of being referred to many times, but just because, you know, we believed that change only came from below. So it was, you know, as people, as workers, it was in our interest to be members of unions, so that we could help to kind of improve conditions, help to increase pay, you know, take action over, you know, say safety at work, you know, those types of things. And we had lots of public meetings, always open to the public, sold papers, went on demonstrations, and just, you know, perfectly legal and legitimate methods.
What was the SWP's attitude towards violence to further their aims?
We did not, you know, we did not support violence in any way, shape or form. You know, it was, in fact, there were a group that were expelled from the SWP. I think it was Red Action, who were expelled because of their, you know, violent confrontations, and they were expelled. we saw it as totally counterproductive and alienating, and we sought to build a mass movement, and I think most people would quite rightly be absolutely horrified at that violence, as I am myself.
Madeleine, I'm being told by the shorthand writers that your voice is quite quiet. Do you think you might, I don't know whether that requires an adjustment to the volumes or whether sitting close to the screen would help, or closer to the microphone.
I'll come.
I'm awfully sorry.
Yeah, I'll try and speak louder. I do have a quiet voice. So.
No, thank you very much. Thank you. If you forget, I'll try and remind you. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you. Your branch, the Walthamstow branch, we see from the documents it was a relatively large branch. I think in September 1977 it had 43 members before it then split into the Leighton and Walthamstow branches in late 1977. During the course of the split, did that roughly halve the numbers? So there were sort of 20 plus in each branch, or how did it work with the division?
I think that was probably a kind of a fairly equal split. And I think that what we did is that because geographically maybe more people lived in Walthamstow than lived in Leytonstone or Leighton, there was probably a crossover of people from Walthamstow still attending our meetings, at least for a period of time.
Right. And was it relatively static membership, or did people drop in and come and go?
There was probably a kind of a central group who had been in the IS and then the SWP for quite a number of years, and there were other people that kind of came and left, but yeah, there was probably a fairly stable group.
Branch meetings, those were weekly, were they, largely?
Yes, yeah.
We also see from the documents there is mention of the aggregate meetings of the Outer East London district. So were there, additionally to the weekly meetings, were there also the aggregate meetings that were attended by branch members?
Yeah, there were. I think we were in the Outer London district, and I think it was composed of Walthamstow and Leighton branch, and I think Ilford and Newham. And yeah, I mean, obviously they didn't happen every week. They were less frequent, but we did get together. Yeah.
Do you know how frequent those meetings were?
I can't actually remember, but I think it was probably maybe every 2 months, maybe every month, 2 months, every 3 months.
Okay, so not all that frequent, in fact.
No, unless something big was going on, and then they might be convened more frequently.
Other branch activity, you engaged in, all members of the branch, it seems from the documents, were involved with the selling of the newspaper, is that right?
That's right, yeah. It was a main focus of our activity as a way of getting out and talking to people, in the street and on pickets, etc. And
how frequently do you think you would do that in the course of any general week? Was that?
Well, every week.
Every week.
It was a core part of our activity.
And would that be once a week, twice a week, or just whenever you had the opportunity?
Well, we had both Walthamstow and Leighton branch both had, I could call them pitches. So we had a regular, selling spot in Leytonstone. We always had the permission of, the kind of, say the shop owner or the building, because in Leytonstone we actually met outside the LEB showrooms, and we asked permission, and we had a regular pitch there every single Saturday. Walthamstow was the same; they're at the top of the market every single Saturday. But during the week, we did also go to workplaces. So we might stand outside factories, and we might have a regular sale outside factories, especially if there was action kind of going on. And we also then sold papers on estates. So we would sometimes go knocking door to door, trying to sell our paper on estates. So it could be once a week, you know, the 2 permanent sales.
Yes.
But the other sales, yeah, probably 2 or 3 times a week.
A few times a week.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. How about demonstrations? How often did you attend demonstrations as part of your branch, do you think?
During the 70s, there were lots of demonstrations, sometimes every weekend.
Right.
Possibly, you know, but depending upon, you know, how important or how big the issue was or how current the issue was, everybody would attend.
And we see from your witness statement, some of the documents, fly posting was another activity carried out by the branch. How often do you think that would take place?
Well, we would do fly postings if we had a public meeting. And
Right.
we probably had a big public meeting with a kind of, you know, a fairly well-known speaker, you know, or a very, you know, somebody like Paul Foote, for example. And we would then fly post and give out leaflets and stuff to basically build the audience for the meeting.
And roughly how often were the public meetings, do you know?
I think we tried to have a public meeting about once a month.
Once a month, right?
But you know, we had to pay for halls and stuff like that, so expense was incurred.
I'm trying to gauge the level of commitment that was involved in being a member of the Walthamstow SWP. Would it be fair to say it took up really quite a lot of your time?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, we were pretty dedicated, and we were, you know, our lives revolved pretty much around politics, and you know, we socialised together as well. So our lives were very enmeshed.
And was that the whole of your branch felt like that? So sort of all, or was it a very hard, close-knit group of people who all felt a similar way, or was it there a sort of group in the centre who were very, very committed, with other people sort of coming and going around the edges?
Well, I think that the people in the centre, I suppose, were very committed, but it was always our aim when new people came to get them involved in activity as well. You know, our main focus was on being active, you know, because, you know, we had a message to spread, we had a world to build.
And in the Walthamstow branch and later the Leighton branch, were the other members of the branch roughly broadly at the same sort of age and stage of life as you were, or was it a mixture of different people?
On the whole, it was a fairly young group. Some of the people who had been around for longer, there were quite a few kind of married couples who were possibly 5 or 6 years older than us.
Right.
But on the whole, it was young, although we did have, you know, a few, you know, kind of older people, 1 or 2 people that were in their 50s, say. But mostly it was people in their early 20s.
Right. You said that you also socialised together. You say in your witness statement that after your weekly meetings, I think you had the meetings in a room above a pub. Is that right? And then you'd go down to the bar.
Yeah.
Afterwards as a group. Is that right?
Yeah, mostly as a group. Yeah, I mean, some people might have to go home early because they had to get up for work, but yeah, it was. We were very social. There were lots of socialising. Not just after meetings, but we had parties and socials, and you know, met up a lot.
And you also say in your witness statement that sometimes, particularly at a weekend, people might come back to your house that you shared with other
That's right,
others to having a drink once the pub had closed. Is that right?
That's right. Yeah. My house was. I lived in a. It was a big house. It was a big flat share, and we had, you know, 4 bedrooms. We had a huge living room. We had a shared kitchen, and we were also very close to 2 incredibly popular pubs in Leytonstone, which were crowded with people at the weekend, particularly, not just people from the SWP, but people from, you know, all sorts of people. And so we did socialise widely, and my house did host meetings on occasions, and we did have parties and socials.
And your housemates, were they SWP activists also?
Yeah, during the 70s, I think maybe one wasn't, but yeah, mostly we were all in the SWP.
Vince Miller, HN354, as we also call him, has described your house share as a drop-in centre for SWP activity. But does that sound broadly accurate? How was your reaction to that description?
Well, it makes it sound as if, you know, we had a printing press or something like that. It was, as I say, we were social. You know, people would pop round. We would, you know, we might meet there if we were kind of going off to do something. But yeah, I mean, we were young social adults. We enjoyed, you know, enjoyed partying, I guess.
The other branch members with whom you socialised, would you have regarded those people as your friends at the time? Were they did they make up most of your social group?
Almost exclusively at that time, I think, yeah.
And that, of course, was the social group which was then infiltrated by Vince Miller in 1977. I'm going to come on to ask you some questions about him in a little while. And first of all, I just want to look at a few, please, of the reports that you have in your pack, and to see what it was that he was reporting about the Walthamstow and the Leighton branches of the SWP during the course of his deployment, insofar as it touched on you. Please, can we have up on screen UCPI 00000174556, please? And so in the hard copy bundle, that's at tab 20. Thank you. This is a report dated the 13th of June 1977, and it is a report about a meeting of the Walthamstow branch of the Socialist Workers' Party held at the Rose and Crown Public House with 25 people in attendance between 8 p.m. and 11 p.m. Is that broadly the sort of time a weekly meeting would take, about 3 hours, or is that quite a lengthy meeting?
I think there was a lot of discussion after, you know, this, because it was usually there would be a speaker and then there would be lots of discussion. So it could go on for that long. And the Rose and Crown was somewhere that was our regular meeting place, yeah.
In paragraph 3, it says this: the discussion topic of the evening was revolutionary feminism, and the guest speaker was Privacy from the Newham teachers branch of the party. The conversation became rather heavy, however, and was only enlivened by comment from an unidentified female who would not listen to any of the proposed specialist alternatives to her extreme view on the subject. Revolutionary feminism, was that something that interested your branch, or feminism in general?
Well, feminism in general, yeah. You know, during the 70s, you know, the women's liberation movement was, you know, making great, you know, had a great impact on, you know, on people's thinking, and obviously, you know, it was something that you know, was kind of fairly close to our hearts, you know, because I think we saw, you know, that women's oppression was, you know, not only were they oppressed as workers, but they were also oppressed as women, and that, you know, the vast, you know, the vast bulk of, you know, in essence, women had two jobs. Not only did they have to go to work because most families couldn't actually live on one wage, but they also had, prime responsibility for children, for housework, and all of those things. And we saw that, the personal was very much political. So yes, it was something that, we were very interested in.
Thank you. Paragraph 4 says this: the branch business was then discussed. The anti-Jubilee picnic in Epping Forest on Monday, the 6th of June, 1977, was to receive full support, and this was to be preceded by a full branch turnout on Saturday, the 4th of June, 1977, to sell copies of Socialist Worker featuring the Stuff the Jubilee headline. The anti-Jubilee picnic, what sort of occasion was that?
Well, it was a picnic in Epping Forest. I think at that time, there was a lot of kind of flag waving, empire nostalgia. And, the Jubilee was something that was hard to escape. And, not being a supporter of the monarchy myself, and, we were not generally supporters of the monarchy. We saw it as a kind of anachronistic kind of relic, hanging over from feudal times, and we didn't support it. And we had our own alternative party.
So it was a social occasion, a party.
Yeah, it was a social occasion in Epping Forest, in the grass.
Was it likely to involve any public disorder or anything of that nature?
Absolutely not. No, it was a picnic with children, I might add. So yeah, no possibility of public disorder.
Was it a broader group of people than were involved in your branch? Was it a sort of SWP wide picnic or?
Well, I think it was, because at that time, so June 77, I think the Rock Against Racism had been set up by actually somebody in our branch, Roger Huddle, was instrumental in setting up RA. And so that we would have had lots of, kind of young music fans, people that were kind of gravitating around Rock Against Racism. They would have come as well.
Thank you. The call for the full branch turnout to sell the Socialist Worker Jubilee edition, this would be a public sale, would it, of the Socialist Worker, not a covert activity?
Oh no, not covert at all. No, I mean we didn't feel that we had anything to hide. We were very open. We weren't doing anything clandestine, and it's free speech in this country. If you don't support the Jubilee, then you have every right to say so.
Can you scroll down, please, in this document to paragraph 5? So that I can see paragraph 5 and 6. Actually, that's lovely. Thank you very much. Paragraph 5 reads, following the unsuccessful attempt to occupy the Sainsbury's supermarket in Stratford, E15, as a protest against rising prices organised by local women's action groups, it was mentioned that this tactic would be tried again at various Sainsbury's stores. The women's action groups, was that something that you were involved in?
I think I would have, probably would have gone to some meetings, but I don't know if I can make a point about this whole, Sainsbury's thing.
Of course.
At the time, we basically believed that food prices were kept artificially high because of the need for big supermarkets to extract profit for shareholders. And now I'm thinking to myself, goodness, we were so right. At the moment in this country, we have over 2 million people, using food banks. We have 4 million children, living in poverty, what would be classified as poverty. We have people like Marcus Rashford, a footballer, having to organise to get free school meals. I mean, it's an absolute total indictment of this system, that children go to bed, hungry, that families have to choose between heating and food. So absolutely, this is something that was extremely important.
The occupation of branches at Sainsbury's, was that likely to involve large numbers of people or small numbers of people?
I don't think that, I think what we probably did, I mean, I don't remember an occupation as such, is that we would have turned up with leaflets and some banners, and, you know, would have been leafleting people coming in and people coming out, and, you know, talking to them about these issues, about, you know, why are food prices so high? And, you know, I believe that food, like, you know, clean water, fresh air, etc., shelter, are basic human rights.
Paragraph 6 says, finally it was announced that Privacy wished to resign as treasurer of the branch and would therefore be replaced in the near future. We know, of course, that Vince Miller was appointed as the branch treasurer at some stage, and later the district treasurer and to the social committee of the Outer East London district. Can I ask you this question slightly out of turn? The social committee of the SWP district, what would that have involved? Do you know, being on that committee, what would he have responsibility for?
Well, I can't remember this that clearly, but I should imagine it would have been like, you know, kind of maybe fundraising kind of music events, fundraising parties, you know, that, you know, social activities pretty much. You know, because
social activities for SWP members, or social activities as a form of activism, or both?
Well, both. Yeah, mostly. Well, I think, you know, if it was, say, music gigs and stuff like that, you know, we would maybe in conjunction with, say, Rock Against Racism, we did have, I think Carol Grimes played at one of the first RA gigs, which was in Forest Gate, I believe, which was near us. So it could have been that they were kind of working, you know, alongside those groups to promote that type of thing.
Thank you very much. You can take that document down now, please. And can we put up UCPI 00000017571, please? This is at tab 21 of the hard copy bundle, sir. This is a report dated the 15th of July 1977, and it was a report of the decisions taken at a recent annual conference of the SWP, a meeting held in the Rose and Crown Public House. It's a meeting of the Walthamstow branch of the Socialist Workers' Party, with about 30 people present. This is before the split of the branches between Walthamstow and Leighton. Can we please scroll down to paragraph 4.1, please? It says this: the chief points raised were, 1, when contacts were already inside a workplace, whether white collar or manual, the socialist worker and or a rank and file bulletin should accompany articles of particular interest to the workforce at that establishment in an attempt to establish a periphery of sympathizers, some of whom might be recruited to the SWP. Is this an example of the sort of consciousness raising that you, the SWP, were carrying out amongst workers?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we basically believe that, you know, you start where people are. You know, if you were to turn up and start talking about the finer points of dialectical materialism, most people would, you know, show you the door. So yeah, we were kind of, seeking to raise consciousness, as you say, about particular issues that were pertinent to that workplace, whether that was equal pay or whether it was safety conditions or things like that.
And with the ultimate aim, is this right, of recruiting people to your cause, is that right?
Yeah, we wanted to build the movement, not necessarily to get them to join the SWP, but we wanted to build the movement. That was part of our, we were out in the community, we weren't a secret sect. We were very much community based.
And perhaps that is supported by the second paragraph. The campaign to gain support for the Right to Work March in September will concentrate on the dole queues, punk rock gigs and youth work and local trades unions. Does that support what you've just said about that you're trying to meet people where they were?
Yeah. And don't forget, at that time, youth unemployment particularly was very high. There were lots of, there was lots of kind of feeling amongst young people that there was absolutely no future for them, that they had faced a future of unemployment or low paid, insecure jobs.
Paragraph 3, the work of various women's voice groups would centre on local issues such as the closure of maternity hospitals and abortion, and at factories with a high proportion of female staff. Is this right? Was Women's Voice a subgroup of the SWP?
Well, it was, yes, and it produced a magazine and stuff, and had separate meetings as well. But most of the SWP women that were SWP women were members of Women's Voice as well as the SWP, but there were other people that were members of Women's Voice who weren't members of the SWP.
Right. So it had a broader membership, but yeah. SWP women were part of Women's Voice, but they might not. But not all Women's Voice members were SWP. Is that right?
Exactly. Yeah.
And so does it follow then that you were a member of Women's Voice and attended their meetings?
I would have been a member. I would have gone to some meetings. However, at that time, I think I was working on the buses then. I was doing irregular shift work, and I was heavily involved in my own union, which also had weekly meetings. So, I had lots of commitments on my time. I wasn't particularly active in Women's Voice.
Right. So it was you were a member of the group, but you didn't necessarily become involved in their activism. Is that right?
Well, would have supported it, but I couldn't commit all my time to it.
Right. Paragraph 4, little 4. If you can just scroll up just a tiny bit, please, just so we can get the end of that paragraph. Thank you. With regards to united work with the Communist Party of Great Britain, the SWP was to take the initiative at trade union and rank and file levels. Attempt will be made to involve CPGB members at all levels, including the AUEW presidential campaign, racism and the Grunic dispute. This did not extend to work at elections. The SWP would field 50 to 60 candidates at the next general election at an estimated cost of £50,000. Is this an example of what you spoke about earlier, the ways in which the SWP was seeking to work also within a democratic setting whilst having ultimately revolutionary aims?
Yeah, I guess so, yeah.
Thank you. Over the page, please, paragraph 4, little 8, please. I just want to look at very briefly. Thank you. This reads as follows: the SWP restated its support for the provisional IRA, but remained critical of that organisation's policy of random bombings of working class people. Is that an accurate reflection of what the SWP attitude was to the provisional IRA?
We did not support bombing at all, absolutely not. We supported a united Ireland, and we felt that the Irish people had the right to self-determination, and we saw the British Army as basically an occupying force, but we did not support bombing at all. In fact, I was working on the buses when the whole bombing thing was going on, and we didn't allow people to leave parcels or suitcases. They were the old-fashioned route master buses on the back. We were very security conscious. This is something that was I felt personally absolutely did not support those kinds of methods at all.
And I think you say in your witness statements, your view was that you supported the campaign for United Ireland and the Irish and self-defence against the British Army and the Royal Ulster Constabulary. Is that right?
Yeah, but when we talk about self-defence, self-defence has to be seen in broader terms. It doesn't mean that we were thinking that the Irish people should start attacking anybody. We felt that, in fact, there's a lot of evidence that the RUC and the British Army were the ones that were causing, lots of, look at Bloody Sunday, for example. They were causing, were attacking the communities, but we basically saw self-defense in terms of, say for example, that you might say you were going to go on strike. You would take action like that as a way of defending your community, or that you would have a rent strike, or that you would, take that type of activity.
Thank you. Just scroll on, please, to paragraph 6. It's on the next page. Perhaps reinforcing an earlier point that you made about the publicness of your statements. Finally, privacy appealed for those uncommitted members of the audience to join the SWP. Does it look as if this was a public meeting with access to all?
Yes, absolutely. And and you have to bear in mind that I think we're seeing a lot in some of these reports. There's a little bit of embroidery going on in many of the reports. There would have been people there who would have expressed opinions that we wouldn't necessarily agree with, but we would discuss and debate and argue with those people. They don't necessarily, everything that's reported in these reports does not necessarily reflect the views of the SWP.
Was there a distinction between a private and a public meeting? Did the SWP hold private meetings?
We did hold private meetings, and they were usually kind of organisational things, kind of branch business, really. Yeah, we didn't plot. Let's put it that way.
Thank you. You can take that document down now, please. And can you please put up UCPI 00000111129, please. And this is at tab 15 of the hard copy bundle, sir. This is a report dated the 2nd of August 1977, a meeting of the Walthamstow branch of the SWP, again held at the Rose and Crown Public House. and it was a meeting about Chile, where there was a Chilean national who was the guest speaker. And if we can just focus, please, first on paragraph 4. Privacy, who is the Chilean national, started by explaining that he was a former member of the MIR revolutionary group in Chile, and said that the internal arguments between his party and the Communist Party had been a major factor in the smashing of the Allende government. He went on to say that there were many similarities between his former party and the SWP. The need for workers to be properly armed and have adequate supplies at the time of revolution was paramount. He seems to be discussing the divisions between revolutionary groups, which meant that any defense of the Allende regime was fractured. And secondly, the failure to arm those groups, and so they couldn't come to any sort of defense to the Pinochet coup. Is that right? That seems to be the broad gist of it.
You know, I think it's no secret that on the left there is a lot of sectarianism and division, which obviously in a situation like Chile would have to be overcome. However, you know, I think we have to, you know, thinking about Chile, you know, I know that I later say in my statement that, you know, I talk about this. But we have to remember there was a legally elected government of Allende, which was violently overthrown by an illegal coup led by Pinochet. Our feeling was that had the Allende government basically distributed arms to defend that legally and democratically elected majority, things could perhaps have turned out differently. And with a lack of defence, you know, don't forget, you know, countries go to war to protect themselves. You know, this isn't particularly controversial, I don't think. And I think given the lack of support, we saw thousands of you know, left-wingers, trade unionists, journalists, anybody that was opposing them, you know, brutally murdered, disappeared and tortured. You know, it was, it seems to me to be an entirely sensible thing to do.
This individual seemed to draw a comparison between his former revolutionary group in Chile and the SWP. Can you recall that? Not
off the top of my head, I can't, but I should imagine that he was talking about our long-term aims. You know, bear in mind, we were not an armed paramilitary group. We didn't train ourselves up or anything like that. So, you know, he's talking about ideology. He's not talking about, and probably the way that they operated in an open democratic fashion to us.
And that, of course, that long-term aim being revolution and overthrow of the capitalist.
That long-term aim being to create a fair society, I would say.
Can we just scroll down to paragraph 5, please? This speech led to a great deal of discussion on the method by which the inevitable revolution in the United Kingdom could be achieved and protected. It was decided that arming the workers would have to be the first step. And you of course, have addressed this in your witness statement.
That's absolute nonsense. Absolute nonsense.
Did the SWP see the revolution as imminent?
No.
And how about inevitable?
I think that we felt that capitalism would collapse at some point, that was inevitable because of, you know, the kind of the contradictions and the conflict. you know, where you have a society where you have a tiny, tiny minority owning and controlling everything, and the majority, you know, having virtually nothing. We felt that this, you know, was a stage of development. Capitalism is a stage of development that we would pass through, and that, you know, at some point we would have a socialist society. That was our main aim.
Was it anticipated that in order to bring about any ultimate revolution, imminent or not, the workers would need to be armed? Was that something anticipated by the SWP?
No, I just, this view, it seems to be, it totally lacks nuance, doesn't it? It's kind of, no, absolutely not. We did not, you know, we foresaw, as I've said, that a new society would be born when the vast mass of people basically, you know, organized themselves, took action, and decided that things would change. We didn't believe that a tiny, tiny sect of people, you know, we weren't the Red Brigades, you know, or anything like that. We didn't support that type of activity. We basically believed that, you know, the working class would organize itself, and the working class would bring about this change, not us.
Paragraph 6 now. The guest speaker also indicated that no people's army could directly oppose a fully trained one, and to achieve victory, the standing army would have to be infiltrated. This idea was accepted as an important and logical step in any revolution on the left. Was that something that the SWP contemplated, infiltrating the standing army?
No, not at all, not at all. Interestingly, though, as you brought this point up, the National Front, it was one of their policies to enroll within the Territorial Army. And they were actually, you know, they had secret cells. They were building links with European far-right groups. And there was evidence that they were actually training in Germany. They were training themselves militarily. The SWP, we were selling papers and having meetings. We did not support this at all.
And finally, paragraph 7, the meeting was finally addressed by Privacy, who broke down in tears after summarising the Chilean conflict and the result of a recent rape case heard in the High Court. This outburst was rapidly followed by another comrade throwing an epileptic fit, which effectively put a stop to any further business. You have said in your witness statement that that sums up the attitude of the author only and appears to be written for comic effect.
Well, yeah, I think it was. I mean, you know, I knew somebody, as I said in my statement, I knew somebody who was been a political journalist in Chile, who had been arrested and had been tortured, had been hung up over a vat of liquid, and had had electrical, you know, electricity kind of applied to his body, and had finally, you know, managed to get out of the country and been given asylum here. You know, this, you know, we're talking about, you know, incredibly grave matters, you know, very moving, you know, no wonder she was crying. You know, this is, you know, most people in the SWP, to my knowledge, were very compassionate people. And the fact that somebody could write this and find it funny almost just beggars belief.
Thank you. We can take that document down now, please. But just dealing with matters chronologically, that meeting was in early August of 1977, and on 13th of August of 1977 was the Battle of Lewisham, which we know there was significant violence on that day at various points. Vince Miller, HN 354, says in his witness statement that he went to the area of the proposed route of the National Front March on the previous evening and deposited bricks at strategic locations along that route for use during the course of the march. Did you know anything about that?
Before we go on to this, could I just ask if you could bring up one of my images?
Yes, of course. I was going to do that in any event, but let's do it now. Which one would you like?
If you could bring up the one that ends 34395.
Yes, that's UCPI.
Yeah.
50 34395.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, yeah. Now, this is something that, you know, because of my family history, I feel really, really strongly about this. And I think what we can see here, you know, well, and I'd just like to, you know, to say I find it absolutely horrifying that we were just over 30 years from the end of World War II, a war in which 60 million people, including 5 million Jews, were killed. We'd seen searing images of Belsen, Auschwitz, and it was within living memory. You know, lots of people like myself, you know, we were kind of the next generation. We were living, you know, with traumatized parents or whatever. It was incredibly, you know, still a very potent, you know, kind of thing. And I just find it amazing that avowedly Nazi parties were allowed to organize and to demonstrate on the streets of this country, seemingly with the approval of the government of the day and with the protection of the police. You can see Colin Jordan there, who was the founder of the National Socialist Party, British National Socialist Party in 1962, wearing a Nazi uniform with a fascist armband of the British movement that you can just see, posing in front of a picture of Adolf Hitler. There were many far-right groups at the time. In fact, one of the splinter parties of the far-right was called Column 88, which for those that don't know, 88 stands for the 8th letters of the alphabet, Heil Hitler. They believed in the Aryan ideal of white supremacy and regarded black and in particular black races as inferior subhuman scum. These are the groups that were the forerunner of the NF. And I find it amazing that even, you know, though the Race Relations Act in 1968 had outlawed the promotion of race hate, these far-right parties, as I'd said, were building links to other fascist groups abroad, undertaking military training, etc. And yet, you know, we know that the far-right wasn't being monitored by us, whether it's the SDS or the security services or whatever, wasn't being monitored until the 1980s. I just find that absolutely extraordinary. That's all I wanted to say about that particular image.
I'll give an opportunity to comment on the other image in a moment, if I can. We'll take it in stages.
Okay, yeah.
Can we take that document, that photograph down now, please? With that context in mind, the depositing of bricks along the proposed route of the National Front march that Vince Miller says he took part in, was that something that members of your branch took part in?
No, absolutely not. I would, you know, I really take issue with this. You know, he's also claimed that we took weapons in bags to the march. There is absolutely no way that any of us, we all came on public transport, there's no way that any of us would have brought weapons in bags. You know, there's the obvious risk that we would, you know, be picked up at the police station, at the train station, and, you know, it did not happen. And as for the bricks, you know, that's the first I'd heard of it when I read that report. So what I'd really like to know is how much, you know, was Vince Miller acting as an agent provocateur? Was he depositing bricks? And if he knows that people were depositing bricks or whatever, why isn't there a report? Where are the names? You know, this is, I absolutely refute this. There were lots of bricks laying around at that time because, you know, it was a rundown area. There were lots and lots of building sites. And I think that the road was being repaved as well. So, yeah, no, that didn't, as far as I'm concerned, that didn't happen. And it's not something that anyone that I know would have supported.
You say in your witness statement that you attended the demonstration with members of your branch, and I think you say you demonstrated, you went to the part of the demonstration organised by the All Lewisham Campaign Against Racism, Al-Kharaf, is that right?
That's right, yes, yeah.
There was another group loosely affiliated, the August the 13th Ad Hoc Organising Committee, which was it seems to have been a broad coalition of SWP, IMG and the CPE. Were you mainly aware of the sort of Al-Kharaf demonstration, or did you have anything to do with any other organisation?
Well, I think, you know, I think that we have to kind of bear in mind that, you know, Al-Kharaf was set up in, you know, which was a broad-based group, including trade unions, local community groups, faith groups, church leaders, etc. I think it was in January 1977, mainly in response to National Front attacks and violence which was going on in the area. Just a little bit more kind of context to that whole march. The police, who I think share a huge amount of blame for what happened on that day, were carried out, you know, because the National Front, you know, their vote had grown exponentially in the area. They were feeling very confident. There were attacks on, I think it was the Sikh temple was attacked. They were attacking shops. They attacked individuals. And the police at that time decided to basically start an anti-mugging campaign. And it's well documented, actually, that I think, I'm not sure which month it happened in, but it was kind of in the early summer. They carried out a number of dawn raids, which have been described as apartheid-like raids, on the houses of young Black people, where they smashed down front doors and back doors with axes, arrested a large number of young people. In fact, it's well documented that one of the young people was a 16-year-old boy, was dragged out onto the street in his underwear, and a girl who was living in his house, a white girl, was taken to the police station, strip searched, and was subject to vile comments by the police about the diseases that she may have caught from living with Black people. As a result of this, I think something like 60 people had been arrested. 18 young people were charged by the police. A defence committee was set up in the community to defend those young people. And as a result of the defence committee, which involved the families of those, another 3 people were arrested by the police. So there were 21 in total. And the Lewisham, I think it's called, the Lewisham 21 Defence Committee, it was set up. They had a march, I think it was in about June or July, which was attacked by the National Front, in which acid was thrown on a young girl, somebody's jaw was broken, and a teacher was knocked unconscious. In the community, it was widely, and I think Paul Foote has reported this, the late journalist Paul Foote reported that in the community, it was believed that Lewisham police had logged the arrests as Operation PNH, which, and I don't mean to be offensive, stands for as the community believed, it was an acronym for Police Nigger Hunt. It was widely felt in the community that the police were racist, that they were disproportionately picking on young people, young Black people, and the National Front were feeding on this whole, anti-mugging kind of thing. So I think that's the context that, before we think about that march, we have to think about the whole context of the preceding 6 months and the out of control nature of the NF and, it seems, of the police.
Thank you.
Well, sorry, I'll let you.
No, thank you very much. What I wanted to ask you about is what part of the events of that day you attended. We know there was a demonstration in the morning organised by Al-Kharaf, which met at Ladywell Park and was addressed by, I think, the Mayor of Lewisham and the Bishop of Southwark, amongst other people. And then there was then a peaceful march to Lone Pit Vale. Did you join in that part of the demonstration?
I did, and I think what had happened prior to that, because there was obviously some elements, of in the anti-fascist movement that believed that having a simple march, to just, oppose them, was insufficient, that they actually needed to be stopped. Because when you think about it, their anti-mugging march that they called wasn't in the West End. It was a deliberate provocation. It was an act of violence against the community itself. It was determined to go through an area of high immigration where it was already like a tinderbox, and allowing that march to go ahead. To me, it was, effectively the police struck the match and threw it and watched the whole thing blow up.
With that in mind, we know that a number of demonstrators who were on the Al-Kharaf demonstration then went through the back streets to New Cross Gate, which was along the route of the National Front march. Do members of your branch do that, do you think?
Yes, we did. But as well, the Al-Kharaf march had been coordinated with the SWP and the others, so that it was timed so that the two marches wouldn't happen simultaneously, but they were timed so that there was enough opportunity for people to leave the first march and then go to the second march. And I think we did go down there. I'm a bit vague about the geography of the streets and all the rest of it, but we were basically aiming for Clifton Rise, where we wanted to basically use the sheer numbers, because there were thousands there, of locals, lots of Black kids, lots of not just anti-fascist, not just SWP, not just the left, huge numbers of the community. And we felt that our sheer, physical bodies would stop them from being able to march.
So that was your intention, to physically stop the march?
Yeah, to block the road. And, and if, to be honest, if I were in charge of public disorder on that demonstration, I would have, basically have stopped the march, which, there was an attempt to stop the march in that going through the High Court. And it was basically, it was allowed to go ahead. The route, and in actual fact, talking about the Al-Kharaf march itself, the route had been arranged and then was changed at the very last minute by the local police chief, who was told that he had orders from on high, so presumably the government on high, to curtail their march and to make it go in a kind of a circle. And there's film footage of the discussion between one of the I think it's the mayor and the police chief, where he basically said, you'll be arrested if you carry on the march. Meanwhile, they were allowing the National Front to go down the high street, which the local community saw as a total affront, and that the police were taking sides.
We know that there was a confrontation in Clifton Rise between demonstrators and the police, because the police were penning in the demonstrators. Did you witness that confrontation?
I was in the middle of it. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I think we made our way down to Clifton Rise, and at some point I can remember everybody was kind of kettled at some point, and there was a kind of a crushing situation arising, and people were climbing up onto, kind of, there was lots of corrugated iron from what I remember. People were trying to get away from the crush and to get out. And then I can remember being, I think it was, Clifton Rise. At one end of the street was completely, there was a wall of police at one end of the street. There were shops opposite. Behind us, there was some there were lots of housing with gardens. The people that lived in the houses, all the windows were open. There was lots of loud music pumping out. There were people hanging out of windows, standing on walls, and it was absolutely solid with people. And my understanding at that time is that the National Front were around the corner in a car park, and nothing happened for quite a long time. And I think some people were kind of trying to find out what's happened as the march stopped, what's going on. And they reported, and a few people went up and came back and reported that the National Front were too frightened to come out because they'd seen the huge numbers of people. There was a massive wall of sound, and they were totally outnumbered. And I was going to say, and at some point, so then at some point, a whole load of police horses just charged straight through the crowd, right the way through the crowd, causing absolute mayhem and panic. We were pushed back, crushed back against the road, against the walls of the gardens and everything, people climbing into the gardens to escape, because it was lots of police horses just charged straight down. And it was very frightening, really frightening, actually. Shortly after, sorry, if you wanted me to carry on.
No. I was going to ask you this because this is, I think this might be an opportunity to show your second photograph, but yeah. We know that some of the demonstrators managed to break through the police lines that were being held at Clifton Rise.
I don't think we broke through the police lines. I think what happened is that the police, to my recollection, that the police were solid at one end, then suddenly the police forces came through, and then the National Front, I think they had to show their National Front badges or whatever, were more or less pushed out. They had the honour guard at the front with their banners and their flags and everything, and they got pushed out into this crowd. What were they thinking? What were the police thinking? Pushed into this crowd, and I think the honour guard seemed to have kind of fairly adequate police protection, but once the honour guard had gone through and they had the ordinary, the less hardcore National Front, there was virtually no police protection at all, which we all found extraordinary. Considering how many police that were there, they were absolutely exposed. And then, as we know, all hell broke loose. I think from a public order point of view, that was a disaster.
And by all hell breaking loose, are you referring to the missiles thrown, the bricks, the bottles?
Yeah, there were lots of things coming from behind us, actually. And we were, I can remember we were just ducking and thinking, what's going on? There was lots of things being thrown over our heads, some landing on people. I am a 5'3". In those days, I weighed 7.5 stone. There's no way that I wanted to be in a confrontation with anyone. And we were trying to kind of get out of the situation to get back away from missiles and stuff like that.
Does it follow then that you weren't involved in any of that violence?
No, not at all. Not at all. I didn't have a missile, would never have thrown a missile. In fact, one of my best friends who was there saw somebody fall over who it turned out was a National Front member, and she helped him up and asked him if he was okay.
Thank you. And finally, just before we have our break, there was some later violence towards the police at Lewisham Town Centre. Were either you or any of your group involved in that, can you recall?
Oh, I think what happened is that after, my memory of the day, when we kind of somehow got from that situation, we were in the high street and it was absolute chaos. A police van was driven into the crowd, and it seemed to me that the police just lost control and just went wild. They were picking people up, arresting anyone that they could get their hands on. And we, at no point did they announce, we found out later that the National Front had already departed. There was no announcement that the National Front had gone. There seemed to be no attempt to calm things down from the police. It seemed as though there was the police were in a rage and they were picking people up. We left, we had to walk miles to get to a train station because we were afraid that we would get arrested. And I think, from everything that I understand of the aftermath of the march, is that it was basically a pitched battle between the local youth and the police. And given, especially Black youth, I mean, one of the things that I could say is that and it's probably not that much different now, is the majority of people on marches were white, and yet there were huge numbers of Black people. Obviously they're local to Lewisham, and given the PNH and everything else which had been happening, there was absolute rage and frustration and hatred towards the police, and it exploded.
Thank you very much, Madeleine. So would that be a convenient moment?
Certainly it would.
Okay. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. We will now take a break. The time is now 11:25 a.m., so we shall reconvene at 11:40 a.m. Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back. I will now hand over to the Chairman to continue proceedings. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Humberston.
Thank you. Before I move on in the bundle, can I just correct one thing that I may have inadvertently said? Vince Miller, HN354, in his witness statement says this, that the night before, that is the night before the Battle of Lewisham, I turned up with the SWP to plan the counter demonstration. Some members of the SWP deposited bricks at strategic locations to use the next day. He does not say he was the person planting bricks. I'm asked to make that correction, so I make it. Can we please look at document UCPI 00000111996, please. That's tab 16, sir, of your hard copy bundle. Thank you. A document dated the 26th of August 1977, so shortly after the events at Lewisham. It was, in fact, it's a meeting that was held on the 17th of August, so very shortly after the events in Lewisham. It is a meeting held at the Rose and Crown public house of the Walthamstow branch of the Socialist Workers' Party. I haven't got Madeleine on the screen, actually. Maybe is it simply because she's not speaking? I can't see her.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Thank you very much. Thank you. That's wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. This is a meeting of 30 people, a regular weekly meeting, it says. It postdates the Battle of Lewisham. Can we look at paragraph 4, please? Well, first paragraph 3, Privacy gave a spirited speech on fascism, which lasted about half an hour, and the meeting was then open for discussion, from which nothing of particular interest arose. Paragraph 4, it was concluded that the main tactic of the now beaten and retreating National Front would be individual intimidation. Following a lengthy discussion on this issue, several comrades decided that they would arm themselves with catapults and ball bearings for use in the event of personal attacks. You have addressed this in your witness statement, but does that sound right, that individuals at this meeting, or 30 people, indicated their intention to arm themselves with catapults and ball bearings?
Not to my recollection. I think that's, if somebody had said that, it may have been a personal view that somebody had expressed. That was not our view. And in actual fact, after the demonstration, I'm just wondering if we're going to be talking about Lewisham a little bit more, whether it might be worth bringing up my other picture.
Gosh, I'm awfully sorry, I forgot to do that. I said I would do it. Let's go back to that now then, please. Let's that photograph. It's UCPI 00000034396. So this is a photograph that you have supplied.
That's right, yeah.
For use. Thank you.
Yeah, what I wanted to say about this is that just prior to the march, Martin Webster had a press conference and he said, we intend to destroy race relations here in Lewisham. It's, that's a deliberately provocative, to march through that multicultural area with a high immigrant population with such a message of hate. And I really, have to kind of stress that, permitting and facilitating that march, the police were inflaming things. And our intention on that march was to help protect a community which was, is obviously under attack. They actually, this isn't a picture of their front, the banner that they had at the front of the meeting, but they did have a banner which said, "Stop the muggers." It was in flagrant breach of the Race Relations Act. said, stop the muggers. It said 80% of muggers are black, 85% of victims are white. And in this picture, you can just spot a guy just looking this way near the NF, just underneath the NF sign. I'd describe him as a charming example of the master race, holding two huge lumps of wood on the march, standing by a flag, which, you know, is the closest you could probably get away with in terms of representation of a swastika. Police standing around doing nothing, given that, you know, lots of them were holding weapons like these lumps of wood. And I'd have to ask, you know, were, you know, police racism at that time has you know, been widely reported. You know, did they have sympathy for the NF? You know, why were they so intent on protecting them? And another point, you know, I'd like to make is that it's also been reported that in December of 1977, Durham Police actually hosted Martin Webster to give a talk to the police on the issue of law and order. It's outrageous, absolutely outrageous. In terms of subversion, another word that we've seen a lot about whether or not we were a subversive group, there is clear subversion from the National Front. You know, they were standing in elections, they were totally undemocratic. You know, we could see where their philosophy ends. You know, we know where it ended. You know, my husband is Jewish. His family have the yellow star of his great-grandfather. His family, part of his family were immigrants from Germany. We have a family tree where part of the family tree ends in the 1940s at Auschwitz. You know, this is, you know, this has to be understood that these are Nazis.
Thank you. We can probably take that photograph down now, please. I'm not going to take you to these two reports. Well, perhaps I will briefly. UCPI 00000011513, please. This is in reference to a meeting that took place on the 27th of October 1977 at Wood Street Library. And this was the Leighton and Walthamstow branches of the Socialist Workers' Party. So it post-dated the division of the Walthamstow branch into two groups. A joint meeting to discuss the life and works of William Morris, a local-born revolutionary. Is that William Morris? He was a Victorian thinker, is that right, and socialist?
That's right. He's one of the famous sons of Walthamstow.
And also an artist influential in the arts and crafts movement. That's
right, yeah. Famous for his wallpaper designs, which were all the rage, actually, in the 70s.
The third paragraph reads, the speaker was Privacy, who developed a well-prepared speech which he illustrated with photographs and slides. In short, he said that Morris could properly be described as the pioneer of English socialism, even though some of his views were not entirely consistent with those of the SWP. A little discussion followed and the meeting was quickly brought to a close. Have you got any comments about that report, about the life and works of William Morris?
No, not really. I mean, you know, he's written many books. There's now a gallery which was established in Walthamstow with the help of people. And it's actually, there are a few SWP members who volunteer there at the moment. In terms of his, you know, it's pretty mainstream in terms of his books and his thoughts and his designs. And I'm just wondering why on earth the SDS felt it necessary to report on a meeting like that when it's so mainstream and not at all subversive.
You can take that document down now, please, and perhaps a document that may give you the same reaction. I'm not going to take you to it, but there is another meeting in your that was sent to you at which you were present, a public meeting featuring the theatre group Northwest Spanner. I think that was a let me just a joint meeting between the Leighton Labour women, I think it is, and the sorry, let me just get this right. The Leighton Labour women and a meeting of the Waltham Forest District of the Socialist Workers' Party jointly had a public meeting featuring the theatre group Northwest Spanner. Again, can you think of any reason why that particular public meeting might have been reported on that featured a theatre group?
No, none at all. It was from, it was kind of basic agitprop, kind of acting, and yeah, absolutely mainstream.
Thank you. The next document I want us to look at, please, UCPI 000113337, your tab 12, sir. Document dated the 31st of July 1978. I wonder if we can make it a little bit bigger, please. Thank you. A meeting that took place on the 12th of July 1975 of the Waltham Forest District of the Socialist Workers' Party. It's an aggregate meeting. Is this what the Outer East London district became, the Waltham Forest District?
Yeah, I think that must be 78 actually, because I think 75.
Sorry, did I say 75? I meant 78.
Yeah, 78.
Yeah, sorry,
That's
my mistake.
Was there? Yeah, yeah, it's the kind of meeting that we would have had. Yeah.
And if you could just scroll down a little bit further, please. Sorry, a little bit further up. It's a bit too far. I want to look at paragraph 4. It was confirmed that the Walthamstow district would changing the format of its meetings. Geographical branches, Waltham, i.e. Walthamstow and Leighton, would now meet fortnightly, and in the intervening weeks, comrades would get together in the following groupings under the leadership shown. And so there are the different subgroups set out there: Women's Voice, the Industrial Group, Agitprop, Anti-Nazi League, School Kids Against the Nazis, The Right to Work, and so-called Black Work. The industrial group, the leadership of the industrial group is set out there: Paul Weirden and Vince Miller. What was the industrial group responsible for? Can you remember?
Yeah, so that's Pete Weirden. Well, it was to coordinate paper sales at factories. It would have, yeah, that would have been the main focus: coordinating, supporting pickets. For example, there was, while I was in the SWP at that time, can't remember which year it was, but there was a firefighters strike because of cuts, and they were going to take some appliances away, which is obviously would impact on public safety and impact on firefighter safety. And there was a strike. They had pickets. We collected money for their strike fund and supported them. So it's that type of activity that the industrial group would have looked at. Interestingly, I don't know if I can say this, but at this point, is that you may be going on to talking about Vince Miller, talking about the success.
Yes, well, I think to assist you, we'll look at that document.
Yeah.
If you can take that document down now, please. Can we put up UCPI 000001306 at tab 19 of the hard copy bundle? A report dated the 3rd of January, so some 5 or 6 months after that previous report. The following information concerning the newly formed Waltham Forest district of the Socialist Workers' Party has been received from a reliable source. And this, in fact, is a report setting out the organisation of the branch into the various, the district into the various groups and their activities at present. And if we scroll forward, please, to page 3B, it lists the various subgroups, and at 3B, it deals with the industrial subgroup.
Yeah.
And it says this, convened by privacy, specifically moved into Waltham Forest by privacy for the purpose, this active and politically aware group is concentrating on building its contacts within the local factories, mainly based on the Stafford Road industrial estate.
Yeah.
Sales of the party's newspaper, Socialist Worker, are on the increase, but not in factories where the workforce is predominantly Asian, as these workers have stated they have been threatened with either violence or the sack if they were to persist in their support.
Yeah. So could I just say something at this point?
Of course.
About this? Is that Vince Miller, by getting himself on the industrial committee, we know he was also treasurer, we know he was also social secretary, had access to contact details of lots of people. One of the things that we would do is, selling papers outside factories and things like that, is that people would sometimes give us their contact details so that they could be told if there was a meeting coming up that they could come to, and just, that type of thing. And it's interesting that he says, that the workforce, predominantly Asian, workers have stated to our sellers, including Vince Miller, that they've been threatened with a sack or violence on some occasions if they persisted in their support. I find it really interesting to think he had the contact details, possibly, of people that were sympathetic to us, that may have given us their details. What we now know about blacklisting going on is, I wonder whether they used these details, they knew where these workers, which factories they were working in, and whether they were passing on details to factory owners and bosses about which particular workers were sympathetic to the SWP. He was in the perfect position to do that. I find that subversive.
The paragraph continues, the industrial group publish a bulletin based on the above mentioned estate and have held 2 public meetings, one on the Ford dispute, another on the restrictions and cuts in local hospital services. The group is also making good progress within National Plastics and Phonodisc, 2 adjacent factories situated on the North Circular Road at Chingford, and are currently achieving a combined socialist workers' paper sale of 50 copies per week. There is little doubt that in the next few months, the industrial group will prove to be the most effective in increasing the membership of the party. It has had a boost from the current bakers' strike, benefiting in particular from the presence of Neville's on the Stafford Road estate, the largest bakery in the area. The SWP now feel they have gained considerable favourable publicity as the only political party to have successfully intervened on behalf of the local strikers. We know, of course, that at least in July of 1978, Vince Miller had been the leader of that subgroup. What is your reaction to the report that says that this is, the industrial group is the most is the most effective in increasing the membership of the party, please?
Well, possibly he was doing a good job. We had 50 sales a week was pretty good. But as I said, he positioned himself to get, he was in a favourable position to get lots of information about what was kind of going on. And, this is an example of how, this type of activity, this type of intervention by the SWP was an example of, the good reception that we were getting from people. We could supply them with possibly, help print leaflets for them and things like that to kind of, deepen and spread their cause. So yeah, it's a good activity.
Can we move on to page 4, please? Just one other brief point I want to ask you about. 4 little e, please, in the middle of the page. This is a paragraph about SCAN, School Kids Against the Nazis, and it reads as follows: SCAN have been very successful, set up initially by Privacy and now almost entirely run by Privacy. The group can, with short notice, get large numbers of school students onto the streets should the need arise, for example, to heckle an impromptu National Front meeting. The group started a year ago when the National Front held a public meeting at Privacy School in Walthamstow. At that time, an anti-NF picket of about 200 persons was organised. Following the inevitable confrontation with police, 18 arrests were made, and of these, all but 1 were black. This gave good impetus to the formation of SCAN as a youth anti-Nazi group, and it has since been adopted and promoted nationally. Indeed, it is largely through these students' activities that the ANL, the Anti-Nazi League in Waltham Forest, has been able to earn any success. Just this, please. Is it right that the group could get at short notice large numbers of school students onto the streets? Do you think that sounds an accurate portrayal?
Well, this particular group was set up because, as it says, a public meeting of the National Front was to be held in their school. It was a school that had a huge number of black kids at that school. It was a self-organising group, pretty much. They were outraged. They knew what the National Front stood for. Lots of these black kids had been subject, and Asian kids have been subject to racism on the streets. And yeah, they felt very strongly about it. The idea that somehow we would have had to have kind of planted these ideas in their heads, is a bit ludicrous, really. Their own experience. They were a self-organising group. That's all, and as young people would be, they, wanted, to be active in their opposition to the National Front.
Thank you. We can take that document down now, please. And can we put up, please, UCPI 00000, it's tab 13 of the hard copy bundle, please. Oh, sorry. I've gone the wrong number. 000001294. A meeting dated the 2nd of November 1968 of the Waltham Forest District of the Socialist Workers' Party. It's an aggregate meeting, 22 people were present. Can we scroll down the page, please, to paragraph 6? this reads as follows. Privacy then organised a rota of comrades who were to sleep at Privacy at Dagenham in order to protect a black girl resident there and her Jewish boyfriend from attacks from the National Front. And if you scroll down the page, please, to the next page and go to paragraph 9, there is a gloss on that account. With reference to paragraph 6 of this report, it has been confirmed with Dagenham Police Station that at 11:15 p.m. on Wednesday, the 18th of October, 1978, 2 windows at Privacy in Dagenham, the home of, the name has been redacted, aged 24 years, a half-caste, were broken with 2 bricks. One brick carried the letters DAK, understood to mean Dagenham Axe Clan, while the other had a leaflet of an extreme right-wing nature wrapped around it. So evidently a matter that has been reported to the police. Was the rota to protect this couple, was that something often organised by your SWP district, or was that something that was fairly rare?
Well, I think this is an interesting example, actually. The kind of, the DAK, we understood that the K stood for the Ku Klux Klan, and yet the police seem to have kind of muted that somewhat by translating it as Klan with a C. It was an obviously neo-Nazi group, whoever they were. It's interesting that there were no records of them in the police force, and yeah, you have to kind of wonder, why was it left to the left to protect these people?
Was this a group known to you when you were in the Walthamstow branch of the?
What, the DAK? No, we'd not heard of them. We hadn't heard of them, but I'm not sure how we came to know about this. But the rota consisted of basically sleeping in her house because she was so frightened. So why were we protecting her and not the police?
How might members of the SWP who were on the rota have sought to protect this girl and her boyfriend?
How? Well, the National Front were, doing things like, smashing their way into people's flats and stuff like that. So obviously the first thing to do would be to call the police. If the police didn't come, as far as I'm concerned, people have the right to defend themselves. Self-defense is no offense. If somebody smashed their way into my house, I would try and defend myself. And I would hope that there were people there to help me.
Thank you. So is that the sort of thing that was envisaged if there were to be another National Front attack on these?
Yeah, entirely self-defense. Our whole focus, with regards to the fascists was that, we were very concerned with keeping ourselves safe. We tried to, we tried to avoid confrontation with them because, they were hardened boot boys, that they were street fighters. We weren't. We were pretty soft, and I could run fast. That was one of the things that I would try and do is to run and get myself out of danger. But if they're actually attacking someone's house with people inside it, vulnerable people inside it, I think it was only morally right to offer that form of support to somebody.
Thank you. We can take that document down now, please. Just a few left now, Madeleine. The next document, please, UCPI 00000210044, please. Tab 22 in the hard copy bundle. Thank you. A report dated the 16th of July 1979, and it's a Waltham Forest District and the Socialist Workers' Party meeting entitled Police Are the Murderers, Disband the Special Patrol Group. And if you can please scroll down to paragraph 4. This reads, privacy, the only one of the invited speakers to attend, then delivered his talk. He maintained that the role of the police in any capitalist society was to protect the system of all at all costs, and police and the armed forces, although both of working class origin, must therefore be considered to be the repressive arm of the state. In his view, the dissolution of the SPG was just a small step along the road to a socialist revolution, but even so, its disbandment had to be aimed for in the light of the present public attitude towards the police following the death of Blair Peach. The remainder of Privacy's speech then adopted the usual lines of a just society will only be achieved through socialism, and this is what we must all work for. First of all, before I ask you a little bit about the Special Patrol Group, the speaker that said that the role of the police in a capitalist society was to protect the system and should therefore be considered to be the repressive arm of the state. Was that a view that was held generally by SWP members, or was that somebody expressing a view at a meeting that wasn't necessarily the view of everybody at the meeting? Can you remember?
Well, I think it's obviously the view of an individual. And I think that, the police action, we've seen with the SDS, it seems to be entirely political. If the SDS, for example, were looking, for, we keep hearing about public disorder and violence, they were looking in the wrong place. The National Front were known to be violent. Football hooligans are known to be violent. In terms of the propensity for violence on the left as opposed to any other sector of society, I think, we haven't seen reports of widespread arrests for violence or whatever of people on the left throughout this inquiry. And I think that, the police, the SPG in particular, and we've seen in relation to the death of Blair Peach, of the locker revealing the weapons, etc., that were held by some of the SPG. Yeah, I think the SPG were an out of control group.
Just dealing briefly with the police in general, which seems to be the first focus
I think
of this speaker's speech.
Yeah.
I just want to ask you this.
I think
was it? Sorry, I don't want to interrupt you. But was it your view at the time that the police should be considered the repressive arm of the state, or was that simply somebody speaking in a sort of rhetorical and perhaps polemical fashion at a public meeting?
Well, I think the political policing is definitely the repressive arm of the state. However, community policing, where the Dixon of Dock Green, if you like, where people are protected, communities are protected, and the police investigate crime, as opposed to political thought, which it seems as though this was the focus, that it was, Orwellian kind of, view of our thoughts, etc. So, I'd have to make the distinction between community policing, or policing that looks after people's safety, and this SPG that seems to me to be an entirely political force.
The SPG, of course, the Special Patrol Group, they were the mobile units of the Metropolitan Police that were targeted public disorder, and they were present at the Anti-Nazi League protests in Southall, responsible for the fatal blow to the head, which killed Blair Peach. Of course, we heard from his former partner last week that incident had taken place 3 months previous to this report. Does this meeting indicate the attitude of the SWP towards, in particular, the SPG following that demonstration which led to Blair Peach's death?
Yes, I think it did. Yeah, I think, you know, the view was that the police had killed Blair Peach. It was a police officer that had done it. The SPG, we felt, were out of control. And, you know, from many of the reports of demonstrations, Leicester, Southall, wherever, there was a lot of violence perpetrated by the police on the left and on, even in, yeah, that's all I have to say, really.
He says that the dissolution of the SPG was a small step on the road to a socialist revolution. Was that a view shared by other members of the SWP, do you think?
I don't think
this was a small and important step along that road.
I think it's an irrelevant step. I mean, I think, you know, it was, the SPG needed to be disbanded, and we felt that policing had to be responsive to community need. And it was, they were kind of behaving almost like a paramilitary force against the population of this country. Yeah, but it had nothing to do with, you know, a step to revolution or anything like that at all.
Can we just scroll up the page, please, to paragraph 3? This reads as follows: because the meeting had not been advertised in any paper or journal, information concerning it had been passed from hand to hand amongst members of the SWP and their contacts. The attendance of 2 strangers who arrived separately caused some suspicion, and both were assumed to be police agents. This seemingly accurate assumption was based on their general appearance of the strangers, 2 men, and the fact that they refrained from giving any information about themselves. It was also noticed that they both left early, having clearly tired of the evening's Marxist rhetoric. After they'd left, Privacy, the chairman, announced that they were obviously members of the Special Patrol Group or perhaps a special branch. This appears to have been a meeting which was slightly more private in nature. Is that right? And that it had been organised amongst the SWP and not advertised more broadly. Does that sound right?
Well, yeah, without any sinister kind of implication, it could well be that it was just a meeting which was called at the last minute. And so, you know, the only people that had been informed were, you know, people that we knew. In terms of, I think, you know, we were generally very concerned with security because, you know, as you've heard from other witnesses, meetings were sometimes broken up by the National Front. So I think, you know, particularly in the aftermath of, I'm not sure the date of this again, but in the aftermath of Lewisham, there was an increase in attacks. So we were becoming very security conscious. So 2 people that turned up out of the blue in those circumstances, you know, we probably would have looked at them and thought, who are you? But yeah, I don't see anything sinister about that meeting at all.
Thank you. Now I'm going to just take you very briefly to 3 further reports before we move on to considering Vince Miller in a little bit more detail. Can we look at UCPI 00000115550, please, at tab 6? Ah, no, sorry, that's not the right. Yeah, thank you, that's right. A report dated the 17th of November 1977. The following information has been received from a reliable source. Madeleine, an active member of the Socialist Workers' Party, has obtained a part-time job as a privacy at a privacy school. privacy, and receives a weekly salary of about £25. She began this employment on privacy. So we can see, despite the proliferation of privacy redactions, that as evidently a report about some employment you've obtained at a school and giving details of your salary. What's your, and also contains a description of you. Her current description is as follows. It's all been redacted, but that contains a physical description of you. What is your response to reading a report like that written about you?
Well, I'm outraged, really. I mean, I find that a real, a gross invasion of my privacy. Why do they need, a detailed physical description of me? To what end? What was that used for? Why, was the reporting of my job, when I started, how much I earned? I just, it's just, it seems to me to be either irrelevant intelligence, so-called intelligence gathering. I'd like to know what that was used for. I got a job in a school because I love kids. That's always have, and liked working with children very much.
Another report in a similar vein, please can we put up UCPI 00000011289, please. Tab 11. Thank you, rather faint this one. The following information has been received from a reliable source. Madeleine, a long-serving member of the Socialist Workers' Party, was married on Privacy 1976 at Privacy Register Office to Privacy. The couple have been living at Privacy, appears to be the address, since their marriage. Madeleine is the subject of and gives a file reference number there. Again, what is your reaction to this report, which sets out details of your marriage some 2 years previously?
Well, yeah, again, absolutely outraged. I'd like to know how this information was got, given that Vince Miller, hadn't been deployed at that stage. It's so detailed. How did he get that information? Why was it necessary, for anyone to know who I was married to, when I was married, etc. And as for this thing at the bottom, I know that I'm the subject of something that's been redacted, dating from 1970 when I was 16 years old, but still at school. And I find that, absolutely, I find that really sinister, because I became involved in politics at the age of 13. I was obviously being spied on in 1970 at the age of 16. Was I being spied on before? And, I'd like to ask the chair, what possible, for what possible reason, this is over 51 years ago, why can't I see what I was subject to that's been redacted? I find that really, really sinister, and I want to know, why they started spying me in the first place.
Finally, this report, UCPI 00000212299, please. At tab 14. The following information has been received from a reliable source. This is 31st of May 1979. Madeleine, a member of the Socialist Workers' Party, has, after a variety of jobs, finally gained regular employment as a bus conductress, and gives some more details which have been covered by privacy. She continues to reside at, and your address has been redacted from that. Finally, Madeleine, what is your reaction to that report about some new employment?
Well, again, why was it being recorded? I left my job at the school because unfortunately I couldn't live on the wage. Although I loved what I was doing and I loved kids, I couldn't afford to live on that wage. I had to find another job that paid me better, as it were. And that was the job that I found at the time. Again, you know, is it because I was active in the union that was reported? Yeah, I'd like to ask Vince Miller why he recorded it.
Thank you. You can take that document down now, please. Vince Miller joined the Walthamstow branch, it seems, in early 1977. The Walthamstow branches in early 1977, were they members, Walthamstow branch meetings, were they members only branch meetings, or could anyone turn up?
No, anyone could turn up. That's how, I think Vince Miller first made contact with the SWP through the paper sale at the top of the market on Saturday mornings, and eventually came to a public meeting. I should imagine it was a public meeting first, and then subsequently joined. But yeah, it was probably a public meeting.
What was the attitude of branch members towards new members or visitors who turned up? How would they feel about new people?
We were generally really excited. Somebody new had turned up, you know, great. You know, we thought the more the merrier. And somebody like Vince, who we thought was just a, you know, kind of ordinary working class guy, was exactly the kind of person that we would, you know, hope to recruit. You know, there were lots of teachers and social workers and people like that, you know, fairly kind of middle class, white collar people in the SWP at that time, plus students. So, you know, somebody like Vince would have been really welcomed, and we would have welcomed him.
Did he become active within your group? Can you recall?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, very active in our group.
Can you help us with what sort of things he got involved with, please?
Well, he would have been selling papers. He used to go fly posting with people because he had a van, so that's, you know, could always give people lifts. He went on pickets, actually with some of my flatmates to Gromwick. He went down there. He would have gone on demos. He would have gone to gigs, and yeah, so every activity, he would have joined in with every activity.
You said he had a van. Was that a common feature of SWP members at that time? Some sort of transport?
No, hardly anyone had a vehicle.
And so, of what use would that have been if a new member joined with a vehicle?
Well, you know, he obviously we now know that he used that as a cover for, you know, his supposed employment, but it would have been useful because I think, you know, he picked up papers and stuff like that and distributed papers. I think he may have gone to the print shop, but paper was printed once a week, picked up the papers, distributed them, distributed leaflets, gave people lifts, went fly posting, you know, with buckets of paste in the back and posters and that type of thing. So it would have been really useful.
So he was a useful addition to your...
Oh yeah. I mean, he would have been useful without the van, but, you know, added big plus having a van.
And can you recall, you have described you have described it that your political activism was a huge commitment in your life and made up took up most of your spare time and all your sort of socializing time, either socializing with members of your group or being politically active with members of your group.
Yeah.
How about Vince Miller? Can you recall his level of commitment, or perhaps you can't?
But no, I think he was kind of, he had his feet under the table, let's put it that way. He was pretty enmeshed in the group, socially and politically. He may have kind of portrayed himself as a little bit naive politically, you know, not a kind of hardline hack or anything like that. But yeah, he was, you know, part of the crowd, part of the group. You know, went to parties with us, went to gigs with us. you know, he was well integrated, you know, for 3 years from virtually the beginning of his deployment to the end.
You have described a very sociable group that often went to the pub or to parties together. Did he join that group, and was he as sociable as the others, or how can you describe his socialising?
Yeah, Vince was always the first to the bar. He liked to drink, always had a pint. He came across as a very friendly, you know, jovial, laid back, really, really nice guy. Everybody liked him. He was well liked.
Did the social aspect, the socializing aspect of your SWP activities, did that have any sort of political dimension to it? Did you chat about forthcoming demonstrations or plans for anything of that nature? Or did it have that sort of aspect to it, the socializing, or was that mainly dealt with in branch meetings and public meetings and matters of that nature?
Well, it would have mostly been dealt with at branch meetings and stuff like that, and the socializing was probably less political and was probably much more people dancing and, you know, kind of talking about all kinds of things. Politics would inevitably come up and people might then have a kind of little debate about something, but yeah, we talked about all kinds of stuff, really.
Thank you. You said that he accompanied you to other social occasions as well. So quite apart, so there's the drink after the weekly meeting in the pub. Did he attend that?
Yeah, always first at the bar, always there with a pint. Yeah.
And drinks after fly posting. Did he go to drinks after fly posting?
Yeah, I mean, as well as you know, my house, lots of people often coming back to my house, say after the pub and stuff. I lived, you know, within a couple of minutes walk of 2 very popular pubs, which were kind of, you know, at the weekends, those pubs were kind of meeting places for people as well. There'd often be crowds of people would meet. Sometimes people would come back to our house after the pub had shut and stuff, but yeah.
And did Vince Miller come back to your house after the pub closed with the others?
Yeah, he was there. He was a frequent visitor to my house. Yeah.
And how soon after he joined the branch do you think that started to happen? Vince Miller sort of socialising with your group as well.
Well, I think he probably eased himself in, as it were. But in actual fact, I've been talking to one of my old flatmates who has extensive diaries from those times, and he told me a couple of days ago that he'd found dates where Vince had been to our house as early as I think May or June 77. So within a few months, he was a regular person dropping into my house.
And did he become a trusted member of your branch?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And he was very good friends with my best friend as well, and her brother. But he was, yeah, we all trusted him implicitly.
And you have said that you viewed other branch members as your friends. Would you have viewed Vince Miller as your friend at this time as well?
When I first knew him, I was married, and I probably was less friendly, not unfriendly, but less, you know, kind of active, sort of socially. I did regard him as a friend. I mean, obviously, I had some very close friends within the SWP, and some people that I would regard more as acquaintances. But yeah, I regarded him as a friend increasingly after my marriage broke up.
And I think your marriage broke up in about the autumn of 1978, is that right?
That's right, yeah.
Thank you. Can we have up on screen, this is a photograph, I think it's been supplied by you, UCPI 00000343331, please. Thank you. This shows, is that Vince Miller there with the guitar?
It is, yeah. And my best friend is there as well.
So
and,
two,
and her brother.
I'm grateful. So two individuals who've been redacted for privacy reasons, their face is not shown.
Yeah,
in a flat, is this in a it's in a private house, is that right?
it is in a private house. This is given to me recently by a friend who was in the SWP, and I think I said it was my friend Jay's house. She's there, but it wasn't her house. It was the friend that supplied the photo. It was his house, and he was in the SWP as well. So it's a private house.
Thank you. Is this likely to be a political meeting or simply a social occasion?
It looks to me like it's a social occasion.
And is this typical of the sort of social occasions that you engaged in when you were a 25-year-old in the SWP at that time?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, people would hang around, play music, chat, play guitar, have a few cans of beer, that type of thing. Yeah.
And was this typical of the sort of occasions that Vince Miller attended during his time in your branch?
I couldn't say how many times that he attended occasions where, if I wasn't there, because I wasn't actually at this occasion, but it shows how well integrated, he was, within our group. Yeah.
Thank you. You can take that photograph down now, please. As to his character, you have described him as laddish and with the men, and always first at the bar with a pint. But he had a softer side when he spoke with women. Is that right?
Yeah, that's my recollection. Yeah, there was a bit of banter with the guys, and quite a lot of drinking and everything. But yeah, his demeanour was notably, I felt, softer with women.
And did he chat to both the men and the women in the group, or did he tend to favour talking to the men? How did he interact with your group?
I think he spoke to both. Yeah, I mean, as I said, he was close friends with my friend Jay, who's female.
Right.
And yeah, but both, I think.
Okay, thank you. Your relationship came to an end in autumn 1978, and you said in your witness statement that was rather a difficult breakup. By the following summer, you were aged 25, is that right, in the summer of 1979?
Yeah, it was 25, yeah.
And were you single at that stage?
Yes, I was, yeah.
And a single 25-year-old but in the context of a relationship having come to an end, a marriage having come to an end, were you seeking any new relationship or any further long-standing commitment at that stage? Can you remember?
When the marriage broke up, I was absolutely heartbroken because I'd been passionately in love with him, and it went very badly wrong. I don't think I was actively seeking another relationship. I'd hoped that one, that I would have, a kind of another loving relationship at some point, but I don't think I was actively seeking one. No.
And what sort of person were you when you were 25, having come out of a long-term relationship? What can you describe? What sort of person you were?
Well, in those days, I was very shy. Actually, I was quite a shy. Was fairly reserved when until I got to know people, and then I would kind of open up and be much more kind of chatty. I felt very vulnerable at that time because of because my husband had been pretty abusive. So, yeah, I think I was quite fragile, actually.
You have said you considered Vince Miller to be a friend. Did you chat to him about any difficulties in your life or anything about your life, or was he simply somebody who you socialised with after meetings?
I think before getting together with him, I don't think I would have necessarily spoken to him about, my marriage. Although, and I know actually that he seemed to be saying somewhere that he didn't know my husband, but there is actually a photo with him in the same photo as my husband, plus my sisters, plus other friends and everything at the Rock Against Racism conference. He would have met him at my house, and I have recollections of him laughing and joking and high-fiving with my husband in our house. I don't think I would have discussed with very many people at all, actually, at the time about what was going on in my relationship, because I think, like many women who are in abusive relationships, I felt a sense of shame about it, and didn't talk to people unless I was very close to them about it.
Yeah. You said that until your relationship broke down, you perhaps hadn't known Vince Miller so well because you weren't so socially active. Did that change once your relationship had broken down? Did you become more socially active, and did you become to know Vince Miller a bit better?
Yeah, well, I became more socially active. I started kind of going out more and doing stuff like that. And yeah, and I would have come across him much more. And one of the things about my first husband, he was extremely possessive, and had he seen me talking to another man, for example, it would have been something that he would object to most strongly. So, obviously that had an inhibiting effect on my interaction with men in particular, I think.
As you got to know Vince Miller a little better, can you describe what sort of person you thought he was?
I thought he was lovely, really nice guy. I thought he was a genuine, lovely, easygoing, person. And, he had I thought he was sensitive. He'd had this story of heartbreak and all the rest of it. I felt that he was somebody that was, looking for genuine relationships with people. I didn't feel that he was any kind of anything other than that. That he was a genuine guy.
We know that your relationship moved on, and I want to now ask you, please, about that. You give an account in your witness statement about attending a house party in Ilford, is that right?
That's right, yeah.
Can you tell us, please, what happened at that house party? And I'll ask you questions along the way to sort of bring out aspects, but if you begin, then I'll start to ask you a few questions, if I may.
Okay, so I'd gone to the party with a group of people. It was in Ilford. I don't know how we got there, whether we were I don't think we were in a vehicle, but a vehicle got mentioned later on.
Were they SWP people?
Oh, yeah, these were flatmates and people like that.
And the house in Ilford, was that an SWP populated house?
It was.
Somebody else? Right.
Yeah, it was an SWP house. When we got there, with quite a few people, it was quite noisy. And I think Vince turned up late and he was sitting on a chair.
Just a few questions about the party, please. What sort of party was it? Dancing and drinking and that sort of party, or small quiet party or a sort of?
The dancing and drinking kind of party,
Right.
yeah.
Right. And the sort of people there, first of all, how many people do you think were there?
Oh God,
Was it a largish sort of party or a?
maybe 50, 40, 50, something like that.
And were these all people at a broadly the same sort of age and stage, sort of young people in their
Yeah.
20s?
Yeah, mostly young people, yeah.
And largely people involved in the SWP to some degree?
Yeah, and maybe some friends of theirs and stuff, yeah.
Did you go to the party with Vince Miller?
No.
No. You say he turned up at some stage. Do you know whether he came with other people or whether he came on his own?
I'm not sure whether he came with anyone. I think he may have come with one other person.
The party.
I don't know how we would have known where the party was. I think maybe he was brought to the party.
I was going to ask you about that.
Yeah.
The party, the people in Ilford, were the SWP people in Ilford connected with your branch of the SWP, or were they simply people that you knew through being politically active in general in the SWP?
They were part of the outer London district, as it were.
Right.
And so Vince would have known them as well.
Right.
He was. So I'm not. To be honest, I'm not sure whether he independently was invited or whether he was taken there by somebody else. I'm not sure about that.
Thank you very much. You became aware of him at the party, is that right?
That's right. Yeah.
And I think you said he was sitting on a chair.
Yeah, he was sitting on a kitchen chair or something.
When you became aware of him, what did you do?
Well, smiled at him, waved at him, went over and tried to, it was very noisy, tried to kind of say, come up and dance or something. And he basically pulled me onto his lap because it was very, very noisy and I was having to shout in his ear, etc., for him to hear me. And he pulled me onto his lap and that's where I stayed for the rest of the night. Was
it a surprise to you that he pulled you onto his lap?
I think it was, yeah, I think it was. And some point during the evening, when I was on his lap, he had said to me how hard it had been to get to know me in the past, which surprised me. That I didn't know that he wanted to get to know me particularly any better, but said, yeah, you're very hard to get to know. And
so does it follow that you hadn't had any indication previously that he had any sort of romantic interest in you?
I don't think I did, no.
He pulled you onto his lap. Was that something that you were, that was all right with you? Did you mind being on his lap? Was that okay?
That was okay, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I trusted him, liked him, was friendly. Yeah, I enjoyed sitting on his lap, yeah.
You said you spent the evening really sitting on his lap. What were you doing with him whilst he was sitting on his lap? Did you chat? Did you? Yeah,
chatting, flirting, yeah, that kind of thing. And at some point, another friend of mine, who I worked with, at some point I worked at the SWP print shop, and another friend, described M, turned up and saw me and came over and tried to get me to get up and dance with him. And Vince kind of put his arms around me and sort of said, no, she's quite happy here, kind of thing, and sort of held me down on his lap. And I just thought it was funny and laughed.
Right. At some stage, you described in your witness statement that your friends said to you, if you want a lift, we need to leave now. Was that right? What was Vince Miller's reaction to that? Can you remember?
Well, I think they said to me, are you coming? Because if you want, as you say, if you want a lift, you're going to have to come home now. And I was reluctant to go with them because I was enjoying chatting and flirting with Vince Miller. And he said, it's okay, I'll make sure she gets home okay.
Do you recall going home that evening?
I think at the time of writing my initial witness statement, I was kind of unsure because I was thinking, did we walk? Did we go in a van? I think now we may actually have gone in his van. I think he may have had a vehicle and he took me back to my place.
When you got to your house, what did Vince Miller do, please?
Came inside.
So he'd driven you back to the house. Whose instigation did he come into the house? Did you invite him in, or did he just come in, or how did it happen?
I think there was a kind of a mutual acknowledgement that he was going to come in. I think, yeah.
And once in the house, did he go into your bedroom? Not
immediately, no.
Right. Just help us very briefly. I'm not asking you to go into any sort of specific details, but just help us briefly with what happened when you got back to the house. You come back to the house, he's delivered you home, he comes into the house for a little while. Do you stay downstairs and have a drink, or what happened?
I think that we may have done that. I think we may have had, there definitely wasn't a party at my house though that night. There may have been a couple of my flatmates, perhaps still up or something like that. As I say, we had a large living room, so we may have had, a can or so of beer or something, or he may have had a can of beer. I'm not sure. And then at some point we went up to my room.
And how did that happen? Him coming up to your room? Did you invite him to come upstairs, or can you remember how it came about?
I can't really remember how it came about, but I think it was something that I think we both knew that we wanted to happen.
Right. Thank you. And was that the start of a sexual relationship between you and Vince Miller that evening?
Yes, it was. Yeah.
Did he stay the night that night? Can you remember?
He did. Yeah, he stayed, and my flatmates would have seen him in the morning. Yeah.
Following that sexual encounter with Vince Miller, did your relationship with him change? Previously, you'd said he regarded him as a friend, but he was a very good friend of your friend.
Yeah.
But you've now, after a party, had a sexual encounter with him. How did your relationship change thereafter?
I was very keen on him. I think it was lovely. I think it was a really attractive guy. I was very keen to, for it to continue. And, I was never looking for a one-night stand or casual sex with anyone. I was basically, very keen and thought there was a possibility for, a genuine relationship to develop.
And did you still see him at SWP events?
Yeah.
And did you socialise with him also?
Yeah.
And was there any diminution in your contact, your social contact with him, or did it continue the same as before?
I think it continued the same as before. Increased, actually.
It increased. Thank you very much. Just describe to me how it increased and why it increased, please.
Well, I think, say for example, at meetings and stuff like that, he would come over after the meeting and sit at the table with me and stuff like that, more than he had done before. So, yeah, so
you had more contact with him following meetings than you might have done before. So previously you might have socialised in a group, and now there was more direct contact between you.
Yeah.
Is that right?
I think so, yeah.
And you had described previously that he would come back to your house for drinks after meetings finished or that sort of thing. Did that continue?
Yeah.
After that initial encounter, did the relationship continue to be a sexual one?
Yes, it did. It did. Yeah.
Uh,
Over a period of, I think, was up to a couple of months. Yeah.
Right. Did you discover anything about Vince Miller's past, about his background, his history, anything of that nature?
Yeah, I did.
What did he tell you?
Well, he'd told me, and I know he'd told other people, he told my best friend as well, that he'd been in a committed long-term relationship and it kind of gone toxic in some way, and he'd been absolutely devastated and heartbroken, and he'd left, he'd broken up with this long-term partner. He'd left, I don't know whether he said he was living with her or, whatever, but, he has a story of he left everything behind. He left his record collection, all the rest of it, because he was so absolutely devastated, because, he thought that, this was a long-term relationship, that they'd become life partners, that they'd maybe get married and stuff like that. And because of that, he was very, very wary of getting involved too deeply with anyone else, because he was afraid that he would be hurt again. And I think as well at that point, he'd also told me that he'd had some kind of difficult childhood. So I can't remember the exact details of that, but something along the lines of that he may have been adopted or something, and found it very difficult to trust people and to open up to people because of, his experiences, that he'd always had to rely on himself.
What effect did it have on you, his account of his childhood and then an unhappy breakup with a person he thought was going to be a life partner?
Yeah. Well, it made me feel really protective of him. It made me feel that he was, a vulnerable guy who, felt very deeply, was very sensitive. And in terms of his, his breakup with his long-term partner, it felt as though, although there's no evidence that she was abusive, that it kind of mirrored my own heartbreak, my own situation. And yeah, I felt for him, I felt quite motherly towards him, I guess, in a sense.
These conversations that you had with him, but where did they take place? Can you remember?
Some of them took place in bed. And yeah, mostly around him, being afraid of being hurt, I think, happened in bed.
The relationship lasted, you think, about, did you say about 2 months?
Yeah, up to a couple of months, I think, yeah. I was doing irregular shift work. So yeah, I wasn't always kind of around in the evenings and stuff like that. So, in my memory, it's about that length of time.
And during that time, did you go to his flat at all? Can you remember?
No, I didn't. I did actually, I found out where he lived because obviously we had contact details. And on a couple of occasions when I kind of was nearby his, because it wasn't that far from the bus garage where I worked, I think I went up there a couple of times on the off chance that he might be in, knocked on the door, and nobody ever answered. So just because I thought I'd really like to see him, but he wasn't, nobody was there.
Does it follow then that the sexual aspect of your relationship really took place at your
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want to ask any detail about this, but how frequently do you think he spent time at he came to your house for the purposes of your sexual relationship? How often do you think? Can you think about how many times a week that might have happened, or was it less than that?
maybe once a week.
Once a week.
Yeah.
Okay.
And possibly not every week, but yeah, over a period of time.
Over a period of time, over about, and you think about
Yeah.
2 months period of time.
Yeah.
You said he spent the whole night with you on that first occasion that you had sex with one another. On other occasions, did he spend the night at your flat?
No, what happened is that we went to bed, we had sex, and that at some point in the early hours, he would suddenly say he had to go home, and would and give the explanation that he had to, as he said, I have to wake up in my own bed because that's where I feel safe, and I can't handle getting too close, type of thing.
And did you accept that as an explanation?
I did accept it as an explanation, and hoped that would change, but did kind of accept it as an explanation at the beginning, and saw it as some kind of evidence of how vulnerable he was.
You at the beginning of this episode, you considered Vince Miller to be a friend. During the course of the 2 months, this 2 months, did you develop any stronger feelings for him, do you think?
Yeah, I did. I liked him very much. Yeah, I was very fond of him.
Did you make that clear to him? Would he have been aware of that?
I'm sure he was. I'm sure he was aware of that. Yeah, yeah.
And how about him? Did you get the impression he had developed stronger feelings for you?
I think in the beginning he seemed very keen on me. He became increasingly distant, and and I think I began to kind of become disappointed that it didn't seem to be going the way I wanted it to go. And yeah, I kind of became a bit upset about it.
At which point during this 2 months do you think he began to withdraw, do you think?
I can't really remember that.
No.
No, possibly after a few occasions. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Did you consider that you were a couple, or had it not reached that level?
I don't think it had really reached that. I was hoping that we would become a couple, and I wasn't entertaining kind of going out with anyone else or anything like that. He was the kind of the focus of my affections, as it were.
And was it public knowledge that there was at least something going on between the two of you? Did the members of your branch know that?
Well, my flatmates knew, because obviously, we were all pretty close friends, and everybody knew everything that was going on in everybody else's life. If somebody had stayed over, somebody had a girlfriend, boyfriend, everybody knew about it. And my best friend, she knew, and her brother knew, because they were very close as well. So amongst a small group of people, it was known.
And would you have been happy for a wider group of people to have known about it, or was there any restriction on?
Wouldn't have been any restriction on me knowing about it, about me telling anyone. But I don't think it would necessarily have arisen at that stage.
Right.
Really. Yeah. In fact, I was just going to say, we're talking about whether people knew about it, is that I have a very strong recollection of my one of my flatmates, who I'll just call P, saying to me one morning after Vince had stayed over, and they knew that he'd stayed over, when I came down on my own in the morning to make some tea, my flatmate said to me, "Is Vince still in bed?" And I said, "No, he's gone." And he looked a bit puzzled and said, "Well, when did he go?" And I said, "Well, he went, I don't know, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, something like that." And my friend said to me at the time, well, that's a bit bad-mannered. It's only polite to stay the whole night. And I think he was feeling, you know, this friend, my flatmate, we were close friends, he was quite protective of me, and he felt that I was in danger of being used.
The relationship lasted about 2 months. Can you help us, please, with how it came to an end?
The last time I saw him, we were at a meeting at my friend Jay's house, and there was a whole group of us in her living room, sitting around on the floor and chairs, sofa, and all the rest of it. And Vince was on the other side of the room, sitting next to another woman. Say this, but I believe that she is the other woman that he had a sexual relationship in the SWP with. And they were kind of chatting away, and she was being very flirty with him. And I kind of sensed from her body language and everything that possibly something was going on. But then I thought maybe I'm just being paranoid because, you know, my first husband had as I'd found out, had been quite promiscuous. And
just pause a moment. During the course of at this stage, how long before that do you think had you last seen Vince? Has he been around to your flat and you'd had sex?
I think maybe I hadn't seen him for a week or so.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So there'd been a break in the contact between you.
I think so. But you know, as I say, I was doing shift work, so my hours were all over the place.
Yeah.
And yeah, so going back to that last time I saw him, and he basically didn't kind of acknowledge me much. He kind of kept glancing over at me, but didn't really acknowledge me. You know, during the evening, and I felt a little bit kind of miffed, a bit upset, you know, that he wasn't acknowledging me. And at the end of the meeting, he got up and went out, and I thought, right, I need to go and speak to him, kind of thing. Followed him out into the street, and you know, basically, you know, said, you know, you've been ignoring me all night, and you know, why have you been ignoring me? And he responded by saying to me, look, I just don't know what you want from me. I told you that you know, I can't get involved too much. You know, I'm just, I'm not ready to get involved, and I'm just, you know, along those lines, you know, that I don't want to get hurt again. And he then told me that he was thinking of going to America to find himself in some way, and because he liked West Coast California music. And then I can just remember him sort of hugging me, really, and then the two of us standing there hugging for a long time in the street until we both went our separate ways.
And that brought an end to your relationship. Did you see him again?
I think that was the last time I saw him. I can't remember another occasion after that, but I think I did. That was the last time I saw him. I don't think it was the last time other SWP members saw him. But yeah, I'm sure it was the last time I saw him.
You will be aware that Vince Miller, in his witness statement, has said that this was a very brief encounter. I think he calls it a one-night stand. And effectively, there were no hard feelings on either side, and you remained on good terms thereafter. You have described something quite different, a relationship that lasted several weeks, and then a break, and then no more contact. Can you help us with? He says you remained on good terms after your sexual encounter. Was there ever a chance to remain on good terms? Did you see him? Did you, after the end of a relationship, how much contact did you have with him?
Well, we remained on good terms after the first night and slept together, you know. And then when he, after that meeting, I don't think that I saw him again. But obviously, you know, we now know that his deployment ended around about that time. And I basically kind of feel as though what he's trying to say is that he was drunk on that first occasion, so therefore couldn't be held responsible for what he did, and to kind of minimize what happened after, because you can't keep on using the excuse of being drunk, can you? You know, if you've done something and you think, I shouldn't have done that, I was drunk, you don't then get drunk again and again and again, do you? Or, you know, so I think that he's using alcohol as an excuse, and that it did go on for longer than he said.
Do you think that alcohol played any part in the initial encounter between you and Vince Miller?
Not really, no. He didn't seem drunk to me. You know, he may have been drinking. I certainly wasn't drunk. You know, may have had a bottle of beer, and he may have had a bottle of beer, but he wasn't drunk.
And how about on any subsequent sexual encounter that you had? Can you remember?
Yeah, no, not drunk.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, I was just getting, I don't know if you're going to ask me this, but after he'd said that after he'd said he was thinking about going to America, I think it may have been, I don't know how many weeks after, but my best friend Jay also came to work on the buses, and she'd been working on buses for a period. And I don't know if you were going to ask me about the diary entry at all. Were you going to ask me about that?
Yes.
Yeah.
You have been able to provide some sort of date, is this right?
Yeah.
For this relationship by reference to a note.
Yeah. Provided
by your friend. Perhaps we can just have that up on the screen, please. It's UCPI 00000034310, please. Dated the 9th of January. Which year do you think that would be?
That's in 1980.
1980.
Yeah.
Further tales of Vince M's ex-lover. Apparently, he flees into the night after an evening of uninhibited lust. Sorry, his flees into the night after an evening of uninhibited lust were originally construed to be a psychological hang-ups. Further investigation may reveal him to be an oversexed vampire, his dash from the bed, an attempt to return to his coffin before sunrise. Is Vince in America or Transylvania? Is he under contract to Hammer Films Incorporated? Until further news of his whereabouts, keep your jugulars covered. This diary entry is dated from was Vince Miller still part of the Walthamstow branch of the SWP at this stage, or Leighton branch?
No. This diary entry was written by my bus driver friend Kay, who I worked with and had worked with by that stage for probably about 3 years. We were very, very close friends, and he was very, very funny, very clever guy who felt he was kind of wasting his life working as a bus driver. And to amuse ourselves, because it's very boring working on the buses, but there's lots of kind of funny incidents that happen. You know, there's lots of banter in the canteen. There's a huge kind of cultural, sort of rich cultural life. And we started keeping a diary about various different things. You know, we used to write poems and limericks and stuff and share them with each other. And this was his diary. And this actually came about when, as I said, my friend Jay had started working on the buses, and we saw her once in the canteen. I think it was the day before this. And I hadn't seen her for a while because our shift work was, we were on different shifts. And she said to me, "Have you heard about Vince?" And, you know, I was expecting her to say that he'd gone to America. And I said, "No, well, what?" And she said, "Apparently he's gone to America." And I said, "Well, I knew that, you know, I knew that he was talking about going." And apparently what had happened is that another member of our branch, who I'd call A, went to Vince Miller's address because he'd just suddenly disappeared and wanted to know if everything was okay. We hadn't seen him for a while, you know, was there a problem, whatever. Turned up to his address on Forest Road, and Vince wasn't there, but two other people answered the door, who were Vince Miller's flatmates. And he said they looked very shifty and, you know, kind of a bit weird, as he described them, shifty and a bit weird. And they said, "Who are you? Why do you want to know where he is, where he's gone?" And he just said, "Well, we're friends of his." And they said he'd gone to America. Sorry, are you okay?
No, I'm fine, sorry, I just had to cycle myself. Thank you, carry on.
So subsequent to that conversation with Jay, my friend, the driver, then, who, you know, took an interest in my love life, let's put it that way. You know, it was always hoping that I'd find, you know, some nice guy.
I'm just going to pause a minute because I.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
Apologies, most undignified, I'm awfully sorry.
Are you okay?
Yes, I'm fine, thank you very much. Please continue, thank you.
Yeah, so that entry came from my driver, who I'd talked to him about Vince. I'd talked to him about my previous marriage. We were very close friends. He was quite protective of me. In fact, he'd actually been handpicked by the garage manager as a kind of you know, lovely, responsible guy that, you know, would be suitable to work with me. And, you know, we've become very close friends, and he wrote this diary entry.
Vince Miller was evidently still a topic of conversation on the 9th of January 1980.
Yeah.
What impact did the ending of your relationship with Vince Miller have on you at the time? Can you remember? How did you feel about it?
Yeah, well, I think, you know, I felt upset. I felt disappointed. I think it impacted my self-esteem because I think I was feeling fairly fragile. Prior to that, I'd, you know, my self-esteem and my self-confidence had taken a massive hit, you know, with the breakup of my marriage. And I think, you know, I was kind of thinking, God, have I made another mistake? You know, I've got involved with somebody that is, yeah, it's not, it's, you know, who obviously doesn't want to be involved with me. That's how I felt. You know, I did feel, you know, a sense of rejection. But, you know, I think because of my prior, you know, marriage and everything, I thought to myself, I need to be very careful next time.
You say in your witness statement that had it not been for the discovery that the man with whom you had a relationship as a young woman was an undercover officer, it would have been of very little consequence. Is that right?
That's right, yeah. It happened over 40 odd years ago, and my life has panned out really well, and, you know, had a happy life.
I want to ask you now then about the impact that learning that information has had on you. And in your witness statement, you draw a distinction between what the impact of learning that information would have been at the time and how you feel about it now. And I'm going to take it in stages if I can. First of all, dealing with what would have been the impact had you learnt this at the time. And again, you describe two separate strands. The first, the impact of discovering that an undercover officer had infiltrated your political meetings and your political movement and deceived your political group. What would have been the impact of that at the time, please?
I think it would have been devastating. You know, I think I was a fairly naive young person, and I think although, you know, people entertained the kind of the possibility of infiltration and kind of expected, you know, perhaps that there would be spies, I don't think I really kind of grasped how serious that would be. I think I would have been, yeah, I would have been absolutely shocked and distraught to discover that on a political level. I think on a personal level, I would have felt that to be such a betrayal. You know, I felt that I'd made myself very vulnerable to him, and I trusted him, and to me it would have been an absolute betrayal. You know, I know that I would have regarded, as I do regard it now, as rape.
And how do you feel about it now? What's the impact on it now, you learning that information all these years later? Can you help us with that?
Well, I think I found it really difficult, you know, when I discovered that he was an undercover officer, because, you know, I've rarely thought of him over the years, because, you know, my life was, as you say, it was a short thing. In terms of the rest of my life, it's fairly insignificant, and my life has turned out very well. But I had fond memories of him, and, you know, kind of occasionally, very occasionally, may have thought, God, I wonder what happened to Vince. Hope he found someone, hope he had a happy life. And then to discover that I didn't know him at all, and that he was, you know, he was a fiction. You know, that's been quite difficult to actually get my head around. You know, that whole idea that he doesn't actually exist. It was all an act. He was wearing a mask. It's just really chilling and sinister. I just don't know how. You know, I look at these undercover officers, and I just cannot understand the psychology of these people. You know, the depth of deception and manipulation and deceit. I just find it disgusting, really. I just don't know how people can behave like that towards one another.
Madeleine, I've come to the end of the questions that I want to ask you about this. Is there anything that you want to say that you want the chair to take into consideration?
Well, I think, first of all, I'd like to thank the chair for extending the restriction order to my husband. It would have helped had it happened earlier, you know, because it is, you know, getting all this information and knowing that the state holds information on you is actually quite scary, and it's quite isolating. You know, if you feel that you can't share it with the people that are closest to you. So I'd like to thank you for that. Wish it had happened earlier, but, you know, I'd like you to consider the other women, you know, who haven't seen their, you know, what the state holds on them. And I'd like you to extend that, you know, prioritise giving those women those disclosures, not just the ones that are married, but, you know, everybody needs support. You know, everyone needs emotional support. So that's one thing I'd like to say. I want to know what's been redacted about me from 1970. I find that really, really sinister. You know, I'd like to know whether, you know, because of, you know, these files on me, whether my son has a file, whether my husband has a file. You know, I'd really like to be able to understand how any of this has impacted not just my life, but other people's lives, you know, that are close to me. And I'd just like to say that, you know, one of the aspects of this, you know, this whole inquiry is that, you know, we've seen the evidence of the undercover officers, we've heard about their actions, we've read their reports. And the whole picture that's emerging is pretty dire. You know, it does make you kind of, you know, as I said, it makes you wonder about the psychology of these people. Because, you know, we've seen now multiple examples of miscarriages of justice. You know, we've seen evidence of police racism, misogyny, sexism. We've heard jokes and banter about women, which is absolutely disgusting, you know, regarding us as angry, whatever it was, angry women that could be ignored. And it's the violence, you know, that we're hearing about, you know, undercover officers feeling it's justified to punch, you know, innocent members of the public in the face to protect their cover. We've heard about 2 deaths, you know, Blair Peach and Gately at the hands of the police. And, you know, I'm just finding it all pretty appalling, you know, the whole thing. And, you know, I'd like the chair to bear in mind, reading the reports, hearing the testimony for the undercover officers, you know, lots of the reports seem to be, as I said, embroidered or fabrications, or seem to be trying to justify their deployment, because as far as I'm concerned, it was unjustified. You know, the whole operation, the infiltration of the left was unjustified. If they wanted to stop public disorder, they wanted to stop violence, they were looking in the wrong place. And I think that's all I really want to say.
Thank you very much. I've got no further questions now, but we have a procedure where we have to wait and see if other people have any questions. But if I hand back to the chairman, he'll set a timetable for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. May I ask Ms. Kaufman if she has any re-examination?
So I wonder whether it would be possible to follow the same process as we did last time, which was to see whether or not there are any other questions from anybody else. And in the event,
follow that, but what I'm trying to do is to get some estimate of timing. And if
I'm so sorry. So as matters stand now, no, nothing that's arisen so far.
Thank you. Then, Madeleine, I'm very much in your hands, provided that my team can sort things out. Would you rather that we had a quarter of an hour break now for any further questions that anyone may wish to be asked of you, to be canvassed, and for you then to do that at the end of quarter of an hour, or would you rather break now for a longer period?
I don't mind. I'm easy. Whatever really.
I think that my team and everyone who is putting this together would probably prefer that we stuck to the quarter of an hour. And could I ask you to come back after a quarter of an hour?
I'll be here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. We will now take a break. May I remind those in the virtual hearing room to remember to join your breakout rooms, please. The time is now 1:30 p.m, so we shall reconvene at 1:45 p.m. Thank you. everyone, and welcome back. I will now hand over to the chairman to continue proceedings. Chairman.
Thank you. Are there any questions, Ms. Humston?
I haven't been notified of any further questions, sir.
No. Madeleine, may I say personally, thank you to you. Witnesses of events that occurred as long ago as those of which you were speaking are thin on the ground, and especially those like you who've been willing and able to tell us about deeply personal experiences. I'm very, very grateful to you. I know that you will be listening to and looking at the evidence of HN 354 tomorrow.
Yeah.
Although we normally have a quarter of an hour at the end for formulating questions, I don't want to put you in a position where you feel rushed. And if you need more time tomorrow to formulate questions, which can be asked by Mr. Barr, counsel to the inquiry, of HN 354, then you may have it.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. The hearings have now finished for the day. We shall resume at 10 a.m. tomorrow.